inspecting the whole airport, to be able to know the specific condition that the airport or the waterway is. Now we are, let's say, going to the final phase, and this gives us the ability to showcase a bit of what we have built up to now. And here we can see the UI of the system, showing that we can create automated flight and pathways for the drones. In this way, it means that the air controller, the people that are in the air tower, they can automated create a mission calendar, and this way they can have between the times of specific flights the drones flying, checking the waterway or the airway, and in this way it creates a much more faster pace in the inspection of the airway and the waterway, but also it gives more safety because it provides the ability to have more inspection than the inspections that are done most of the time 3 times per day in all airways, due to the fact that the man resources needed are enormous. So most of the times in airports up to now they have 3 times the inspection, and this is for the whole day, while by using drones we can have, let's say, even after half an hour. Here we see what we have in the mission inspection campaign. We have the ability to calibrate the equipment used, and also here we can see the path, how the drone will run, where are the points that the drones are located, and then they can go and have here we see, in order to understand what we are seeing, this is the Corfu airport. This is a Corfu airport, this is a Corfu port, and the Corfu port has 3 waterways, 1, 2, 3. These 3 waterways will be used all the summer for missions of airplanes that will be going around all the islands of Ionia, and these 3 waterways will be supported by 5D Aerosave real pilot that will be running. We'll have the drones flying and inspecting the waterways for objects that can be identified on this manner. So these 3 waterways, we'll have 3 drones that they will be able to fly and validate the waterway and the situation of the waterway it is following. It can also see what are the missions. These missions, let's say here we can see a running mission and what they are pending approval. We have also included the ability of the air controllers to be able to approve or not approve a mission, because the Corfu port is an airport, so it has the port and the airport together. So we have a difference of 5 kilometers, but the airport needs to approve the missions that the drones are doing in order not to intervene in the daily operation. And we see also here the ability to have multiple users, multiple profiles, to have alerts that the system is able to overcome. And here we have the ability again to see the type of drones that we are using, what will be the runway of the mission, and also the possible problems or the possible objects that they will be identified along with multiple drones. We have now 2 drones here that they are flying for inspecting this waterway and this waterway. So the ability of 5D aeroservice is, for the first time in Europe, we have a waterway inspection done in an automated way through drone, but also we have the services that are there in order to improve the performance of the system for the airways inspection, and also monitoring this critical infrastructure of Europe, like the airports and the waterways. For any info, I will be happy to answer you. And also my mail is attached in order to provide any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Markakis, for the presentation of 5D Aerosafe project. I would like now to invite Mr. Panagiotis Radoglou to present the SPARE project, Secure and Private Smart Grid. Mr. Radoglou, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, please also let me share my screen. Okay, I think that you can see also my screen. Happy to participate even virtually in this wonderful event and present the SPARE project, which was the basis for other research and exploitation activities. The goal of SPARE was to detect the various cybersecurity attacks due to the vulnerabilities of industrial communication protocols. It was a research and innovation action program under the DS7 topic. The project was coordinated by the University of Western Macedonia, while the consortium includes 16 partners, including energy providers, manufacturers, and technology providers. The motivation behind SPARE was to tackle the various cybersecurity issues of the smart electrical grid, thus recognizing and mitigating a wide range of cyber attacks, such as reconnaissance attacks, unauthorized activities, false data injection attacks, denial of service attacks, and distributed denial of service attacks. And all these attacks are related to industrial communication protocols and also operational data related to energy organizations. Therefore, the business logic behind SPARE is composed of 4 main aspects. The first aspect is about the intrusion detection of the various attacks and anomalies. Next, honeypots were used in order to hide and protect the actual assets and collecting in parallel useful information about the malicious activities. Next, network forensics were adopted in order to collect the appropriate evidence related to the presence of the cyber attackers. And finally, an anonymous repository was implemented in order to share the valuable information about the cybersecurity events and alerts with other related stakeholders and partners. Therefore, based on the previous business logic and methodology, the SPARE architecture is composed of 3 main components: the SPARE CM, the SPARE Forensic Readiness Framework, and the SPARE Cyber Hygiene Framework. First of all, SPARE CM is composed of the SPARE CM basis, the big data analysis engine, the visual intrusion detection system, the grid trust module, and the message bus. The SPARE FRF is composed of honeypots, the honeypot manager, and the forensic repository, and finally the SPIA RI, the repository of incidents, consists of multiple MISP instances that were enhanced with advanced anonymization processes. Some more details first about the SPIA-CM project, the SPIA-CM component, sorry. First of all, regarding the first subcomponent of SPIA-CM, the SPIA-CM basis, it includes actually various sensors that collect the necessary data that will allow the detection process. This data is stored in the data acquisition and processing storage system, DAPS, including also appropriate pre-processing mechanisms so that the AI mechanism of the next component can detect the various cyber attacks. Also, the message bus is a communication system between all the SPIA components. And finally, it is worth mentioning that through the SPIA-CM basis, the SPIA-CM can interact with other CM systems such as Allen Voltosi. Next, BDAC, taking the data from the SPIA-CM basis, is responsible for detecting a wide range of cyber attacks and anomalies against industrial communication protocols such as EEC 61850, Modbus, DNP3, EEC 104, BACnet, MQTT, HTTP, Radius, SSH, NTP, and also other protocols related to the TCP and UDP layer. The architecture of BDAC is composed of 4 main modules. First, the data receiving modules receives the necessary data from the SPIA-CM basis. The self-training module allows the AI models behind BDAC to be retrained by themselves during the inference mode of BDAC, taking full advantage of active learning techniques. Next, the BDAC analysis engine is responsible for the detection process by choosing each time the corresponding ML-NDL model based on the corresponding communication protocols. And finally, the security event extraction module undertakes to extract, to generate the corresponding security events based on the decisions of the BDAC analysis engine. Subsequently, the visual intrusion detection system acts as the overall dashboard of SPIA-CM, including also some AI anomaly detection mechanisms that can detect potential abnormalities based on visual analytics. It also supports various user roles that are controlled by the role-based access control system. Next, the grid trusted module is responsible to calculate how each smart grid device, each asset is affected by the corresponding cyber attack or anomaly by adopting fuzzy logic rules. After SPIA-CM, the next main component of SPIA is the SPIA Forensic Readiness Framework. It is composed of the forensic repository and the honeypots mechanisms. First, the forensic repository relies on a custom elastic stack component technology, which is responsible for gathering all the data needed to support, let's say, the forensic analysis. Next, about honeypots. First of all, a honeypot manager was implemented. The logic behind the honeypot manager relies on a honeypot security game between the defender and the attacker, thus identifying, let's say, the appropriate number of honeypots that should be deployed in an energy infrastructure in order to protect and hide the real assets. The NAS equilibrium about this honeypot security game was identified, and when this solution, the NAS equilibrium, is not available, other optimization techniques were identified in order to specify the appropriate number of honeypots, such as a max-min analysis and a reinforcement learning approach. Also, based on the previous game theory intelligence, the honeypot manager can deploy in an automatic manner various honeypots that are provided as virtual machines. In the context of Spear, two main honeypots were implemented. The first honeypot is the RTU honeypot, which can integrate first other available honeypots such as Compot, Cowrie, EEC 61850, and also can emulate sufficiently the RTUs provided by Schneider Electric, and also this honeypot can also emulate successfully the network behavior of various industrial communication protocols like Modbus DLP3, EEC 104, and EEC 61850 in terms of GUS and MMS. The second honeypot implemented in Spear was neural pod, which can emulate the Modbus behavior of any industrial device. This honeypot relies on a Compot and in a generative adversarial network, which undertakes to emulate, let's say, to the data generated by the actual devices through the training process of the generator and discriminator. Finally, the Spear hygiene framework includes mainly the Spear repository of incidents, which, as mentioned, includes various interconnected MISP instances that can share with each other the security events generated by Spear CM. Also, in order to protect the reputation of the affected energy entities, the Spear repository of incidents includes advanced anonymization processes such as K-anonymity and T-closeness in order to anonymize, let's say, the identity of the affected organizations. Spear was successfully validated in 4 use cases that took place in Greece, Spain, and Bulgaria. The first use case is about a hydropower plant scenario where Spear was adopted in order to tackle Modbus cyber attacks and anomalies, and also honeypots. Research honeypots were deployed there in order to collect useful information about potential cyber attackers, and therefore a relevant data set from Spear was generated. The second use case is about a substation scenario where also DNP3 cyber attacks and the EEC 104 cyber attacks were detected successfully. Next, the third scenario is related to the smart home. This scenario took place in Greece. Here, Spear was used to detect MQTT backnet and backnet cyber attacks. Also, some honeypots were deployed there. And finally, the last scenario is about a combined industrial and home area network scenario where also Modbus cyber attacks were detected, and also neural pod was used to emulate the actual devices behind this scenario. During Spear, we have published 25 publications, including high impact factor journals such as aggregate transactions for network and service management, IEEE communications salvation tutorial, and IEEE access. Also, we received 3 best paper awards. And based on the SPIR activities, 6 exploitation items were identified: the SPIR CM, BDAC, VIDS, neural pot, the RTU honeypot, and the SPIR repository of incidents. And based on these exploitable items, relevant research and exploitation activities were carried out, such as the first spin-off company of the University of West Macedonia, the MetaMind Innovation, and other agreements between energy organizations and technology providers, such as the Schneider Electric and Technalia, PPC and the University of West Macedonia, etc. Finally, I would like to share with you a demo about the SPIR project. Let me show you now the demo. Unfortunately, it does not include any sound, so I'm going to comment this demo. Can you see my screen? The video?
Yes, we can see the video, Mr. Radoglou.
Okay. Okay, so first, a cyber attack, a modbus cyber attack is executed here with SMOD, enhanced version of SMOD, which was also implemented in SPIR. Here you can see the security events generated through this attack and detected successfully by SPIR in near real time. Here you can see some more information about the security events, such as the IP addresses, more information, and more specifically, a proposed mitigation action. Here you can see the affected assets, industrial devices about the cyber attacks, and how their reputations were reduced based on the attack. Some more information about this device affected by the attack, including the IP address, the reputation value calculated by GTM, some historic values as well about the reputation value. Here you can see how the reputation is reduced from 100% to 83% based on the cyber attack that took place against this device. Also, based on the cyber attack, a relevant email was sent to the security administrator about this attack. Actually, many emails for its security events accordingly. As mentioned, here you can see the proposed mitigation action indicated by SPIR that can be used in order to mitigate the cyber attack. It is actually a firewall rule, which is used by PFSTEMs, a well-known firewall, in order to mitigate this cyber attack in a successful manner. Here the corresponding rule is added in order to mitigate the cyber attack in terms of the corresponding IP address, the port, and the network status. The rule was added successfully. Here again, some more information about the devices affected by the attack. The reputation value, which is calculated by GTM, but also can be changed by the user through the dashboard, of course. And I think that's all from my part. Happy to answer any question you may have, and please feel free to contact us for any further questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radoglou. Thank you for the great presentation. In that point, we have successfully completed the first and the second session of the presentations of Horizon 2020 projects. We would like to thank all the participants of this session for their presentations. These projects are a great proof of how research and development can be an important driver to economic growth as it spurs innovation and progress. Thank you very much. Now we will have a big break. We will be back at 14:45 Baku time, where we will have our panel discussion. Thank you all.
Bir. Bir.
Hello, everyone. And welcome back to Energy Crisis and Cybersecurity Networking event on the second day. I would like, before we proceed with the discussion panel, I would like to invite Mr. Paolo Roccetti, an engineer, to give a speech on Cybersecurity Innovation Cluster for EPS. Mr. Roccetti, you are welcome. As I see Mr. Roccetti is not here, I would like to start with a discussion panel, and I will give the word to my colleague Nigar Ismailova, who will be the moderator of the discussion panel.
Thank you, Alexa. I'm pleased to start the panel discussion within the energy crisis and cybersecurity event, which devoted to the cybersecurity strategies in the Azerbaijan and in Europe. I'm very pleased to introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Al-Hayam Gluzadeh. He is CISO in the ProSol, one of the important cybersecurity agencies, companies in the Azerbaijan. Our next speaker, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kostas Kriasagis, Director of the EU Programs Coordination Department at the Public Power Corporation SA. And our next speaker, Mr. Murat Balayev, who is the representative from the cybersecurity specialist from the representative CERTCOP AS and SCIS. First, I want to ask my first question to Mr. Murat Balayev. What are the characteristics of the digital threats in Azerbaijan? Please give us an information about the statistics and the distribution of the digital threats in Azerbaijan.
Thank you for your question. Dear conference participants, firstly, I would like to welcome everyone, and I express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to such an important event. Before answering your question, let me please to introduce myself and to tell a short about my organization. My name is Murat Balayev. I am, as you mentioned it, I work as cybersecurity specialist at a governmental cert under the state service of special communication and information security of Azerbaijan Republic. What we do as a state service, we provide management and information security of a state network. We organize the main GOVAS domain, and we are busy with the registration of GOVAS subdomains also. By the way, we give some more services to the state institutions like domain hosting, DNS, mail, electronic digital document turnover, and etc. Coordinating of computer incidents and in state bodies and the cybersecurity issues are implemented by our team, Computer Emergency Response Team. So first of all, I would like to draw your attention to threat statistics, especially for the last 3 quarters of the current year. In order to ensure the information security of state institutions, about 280 million Malaysians links were blocked in the state network. We are new generation protected equipments. 2.9 million harmful viruses were blocked with centralized antiviruses, which we also distribute. And 155,000 documents containing viruses were protected by a special sandbox file analysis, detected through the systems and prevented from being sent to the authorities. During the reporting period, 778 cyber attack indicators were identified and blocked. Specially targeted ABT cyber attacks against state institutions were prevented by analyzing cyber attacks. 443 of these cyber threats were identified based on internal investigation and 335 on the basis of investigations of incidents received by government agencies. Also, by user cyber intelligence capabilities, 40 fake domains similar to the domains of state institutions, I mean GOVAS, were prevented from operating across the country, and plans to use the name of state institutions in specially targeted cyber attack preparations by hackers were prevented, and cyber attack attempts were prevented. As you at the answer to your question, our observation suggests that the vast majority of cyber attacks we encounter are mainly phishing attacks targeting the end users, followed by DDoS attacks. And in the third place, it's malware attacks and etc. As we know, phishing attacks are mainly carried out through emails. So for this reason, according to the relevant decree of the President of Azerbaijan Republic, our service provides all the state institutions with a state email service, and this email system is currently used by 30,000 employees of various state institutions. Those, according to the statistics of the last 9 months, a total of approximately 22 million emails were proceed through the email service. 2 million of them were blocked due to the malicious content, and 253,000 were quarantined as suspicious emails. The largest DDoS attack of this year was observed in August. Though the volume of those DDoS attacks increased from 40 gigabytes to 137 gigabytes, and the number of requests reached 90 million per second. Also, the 8-day-long DDoS attack targeted a total of 78 state institutions, information resources, and 11 state information resources within the state network were provided with uninterrupted operation by our team. According to the Cloudflare DDoS threat report for the third quarter of 2022, their data centers in Azerbaijan saw the largest percentage of attack traffic. More than a third of all packets ingested there were part of a network layer DDoS attack. And last, we closely cooperate with local state institutions also to ensure the stable operation of information infrastructures in Azerbaijan. For this purpose, since 2019, the electronic application and ticketing system developed by our team has been made available to government agencies. Over the past 9 months, more than 4,050 requests by various classifications from state institutions have been received and registered through this system, and necessary security measures have been implemented. During the same period, 380 security gaps, defects, were discovered in the state information resources, and audit reports were prepared and submitted to relevant institutions along with recommendations for elimination.
Mr. Balayev, for the wide introduction. You just answered the second question, which was the strategies of the Azerbaijan used for the technologies used for the preventing of these attacks and malware. So thank you very much. So I want to give this question, the same question, to Mr. Gulzadeh. We know that ProSol has a great cooperation with the stakeholders in Azerbaijan. So I think that you have also you can give us the information about the characteristics of the digital threats in Azerbaijan. And also, I would like to ask you to give us some information about the report that was published in this year, and what was the motivation of this book, and how was the impact of this book in Azerbaijan and in the neighboring countries?
Hi to everyone. Thank you to organizers who organized this event. I want to, prior to introduction to the question that you asked, I want to say that there are several cybersecurity indexes measuring the cybersecurity level of the nations in the worldwide. And they are using several indicators. And one of these indicators is communication and cooperation, which means the communication of public and private sector, and also major and minor players of the economies, not only in the local, also in global wide. And such events is good to gather this marketplace together and to discuss problems, hot topics, and to formulate knowledge base with having effective conclusions. Coming to the cyber and the energy and these trends in Azerbaijan market. As we know, the cyber attacks are among the leading causes of huge amount losses in several industries as well as in energy industry. And the cause of these attacks, there are lots of attacks. Some of them is, as Ebu Malim said, cyber espionage. We can say social engineering, phishing, and we can see also brute forcing and so on and so on. We can list these cyber attacks happened to energy industry in the last decade is a long queue. But coming to the how it happens, what's the trends? Firstly, we should focus on the two aspects. And I also try to jump into the two aspects. I want to say that it's good that in the last quarter, with the sponsorship of the EU, I was part of the book. There was a research, which the name is, the content of this book is protection of critical infrastructure in European countries and also in Canada and in transatlantic region countries, where we also focused several industries as well as energy industry. What's the threats in these areas, what government do, what's the perspectives and the next steps to improve, strengthen this cyber attack to cyber security maturity in this energy industry. And coming to two aspects, there are two, it's easy we can split it into aspects, hardware and software side. And in energy industry, if you look the hardware side, we can see the statistics. Based on the Harvard Business Review statistics, it also applies to our local market too, that the major part of hardware is obsolete. Because in energy industry, it's a specific industry. It's not like in telecom, in banking and other industries. They are using comprehensive infrastructure with lots of equipment, software, hardwares, which is integrated to each other. And considering this vast amount of this count of these elements, year by year it goes to obsolete, and there is need to renew or upgrade these systems, which statistics shows that as this renew and upgrading process is expensive, so major energy companies, they are using obsolete, outdated hardwares in their industry. In software side, the main problem is that the energy industries, in the process, they are building cybersecurity function in their companies. And it's crucial because prior to cybersecurity, as in each company, also in energy companies, they are doing some projects. And in these projects, it's vital to include cybersecurity function from the beginning of this project till the end of this project. And this is the core, let's say, issues and let's say trends that energy sectors in local also market they are dealing with. And coming to let's say 5 actions, what is in trend and what the energy companies doing or trying to do to strengthen their cybersecurity. It's the 5 actions. I'm not going to discuss hardware side because it's a vendor based, and I'm not going to let's say do advertisement of this vendor solutions. But on the action side, on software side, as a brain solutions, the first is supply chain attacks. These attacks is increasing because in energy sectors, companies, they are having third parties, and whether you are building your cybersecurity on a resilient, on an effective way, but there will be weak point from the third party side. Therefore, the companies should focus to manage information security issues with their third parties in supply chain flow. Second is incomplete integration of systems. I already mentioned that there are comprehensive IT elements in the energy sectors, because in other sectors, mainly we are focusing on IT security, but in energy sectors, the OT, operation security, is vital, is crucial, which increase specificity of this industry. So in second trend, incomplete integration of systems, companies focuses on to increase security configurations during the integration of systems in their environment. The third one is, you can see there too, ransomware and incident response, because in the last 3 and 2 years, there are lots of ransomware attacks by ransomware gangs and by nationwide and the sophisticated cyber attacker groups. They perform ransomware attacks, and it causes into big harms to the energy companies. First one, deactivating operations. Second one, to remediating the operations continuity. So therefore, in this sector, energy sector companies, they are building their cyber defense centers to be more resilient and more ready to these ransomware attacks. The fourth one is identity access management. As we said, that you mentioned that the physical hardware side is going obsolete year by year in the energy industry. So during the renew process, the renewed new also hardware softwares need new accesses to the systems. If you will not build these accesses on a proper way, of course, it means that you will have weak points in your systems, in your environment for the attackers, for the cyber, let's say, groups. It's a false point, and the last point is the mobile device phishing. Maybe it's, we can say, Ibn Malim also mentioned that phishing, and we are on a nationwide, we are doing proper actions to be protected by the phishing attacks. But I'm focusing on the mobile phishing. Why? Because in the last year, the attacks to phishing attacks on energy industry rose by around the 160% through mobile devices. So in this sector, the companies focused on to bring your own device solutions, or let's say bring your own laptops, phones, because these solutions also good for the companies to build more resilient cybersecurity environment and to be protected by the mobile phishing attacks. Thank you. I think that I covered your questions.
You covered almost my second question about the cyber attacks in the energy sector in the Azerbaijan. I want to give my next question to the Kostas, Mr. Christakis. So what are the characteristics of the cyber attacks in the energy sector in Europe?
Europe, but I can tell you a few things about things in Greece and in PPC in particular. As I'm not an expert in the field of cybersecurity, so PPC has a variety of infrastructure that may have problems of various kinds of cyber attacks. This includes hydro plants producing electricity, you know, from water, different lignite power plants, a variety of other renewable resources, and the next generation will be offshore platforms for wind, using wind for power generation. So far, what has been the approach in the past is to try to isolate as much as possible those expensive infrastructures from having access to the internet or having restricted access to the internet so that somebody can attack them. This is not possible, of course, as we move into the new era. And this is the reason under the new CEO and president of PPC, the last 2 years, there has been a big change. We are moving to digitalization and digital transformation of the company. As we're not inventing it, we're following, you know, the trend. So with respect to this, we are having a new division, a new general department that will deal with all those threats and cyber attacks, and new people have been hired. So a lot of new infrastructure. As I heard, we have been having problems with old equipment that needs to be changed. This is really a problem in companies that have been like PPC4 and former state companies. So we are in the middle of a modernization of the infrastructure, of implementing digital transformation, and of trying to put new equipment and enhance all the different weapons we have to stop or to the different cyber attacks and cyber threats.
Thank you, Mr. Christakis, for your answer. I would like to give you the next question. So within this networking event dedicated to the energy crisis and cybersecurity, we have been acquainted with several European Horizon projects, which are executed for the preventing of the cyber attacks in the different industries, and especially Electron, which aims to prevent the safe energy powering electricity systems. So can you tell to our participants, please, how the results of these programs, these projects, are exploited in the energy industry in the Europe?
Yes, well, this is a very good question. Thank you for this. It relates to the earlier one. We are actually trying to learn and profit from this collaboration with major one we have is with Panos and the University of Western Macedonia. We have with some other universities. So it's the first time the last, I would say 2.5 years that we are trying to take advantage of European projects and European funding to learn what is the state of the art in order to start implementing. So essentially now we are in a transient period of learning and trying to devise from what we learn, how we are going to implement the strategy for keeping away those threats. And part of the new division that I'm also heading is to do exactly that, not only for PPC to participate in European projects just for the honor or maybe to see them, you know, as a socializing events, but to try to generate IP, intellectual property, by participating in European projects. And for that, we need, you know, good institutions and knowledgeable partners and allies.
Very much, Mr. Christakis, and I hope that. So I want to say that I'm pleased that these results will be implemented in Azerbaijani energy stakeholders also as well. So now I want to give ask the auditorium and our remote participants if they have questions to our speakers.
Yeah, if I may, just to step in a bit. Okay. Since we have this excellent collaboration with PPC and we have all this very interesting discussion coming, and this feedback, very valuable feedback coming from the industry. So just a couple of comments to this very interesting discussion. The first one is that the attackers will be just one step further than the defenders always. So if asked about the future, we don't know what is the strategy, the attacking strategy. So we have to be prepared for the agnostic, for something that is not already recorded or it's unknown. So that's why the artificial intelligence and all these data sets and all the training coming from machine learning algorithms is so important, since they are not depending always on the data we have already, but they are able to detect anomalies that are not right now known. A second very, very good thing coming from all the projects we have together with PPC is the use of virtualization for protecting and hiding real devices. For example, we use a lot of honeypots, industrial honeypots, by emulating many industrial protocols, not only legacy ones like Modbus or DNP3 and many other using right now in many industries. So first, we hide the devices. We can, you know, turn on 1,000 virtual machines and hide the real device. So the probability for the attacker to hit on the real device is low, and we can provide even lower probabilities for that by having more resources. And on the other hand, we can capture the traffic pattern, and this is very important for capturing the pattern and the strategies the attackers or the hackers are using. And of course, here I can also highlight the fact that we're not facing individual attackers or, you know, amateur cybercrime here. We're facing organized crime or government-oriented crime and groups that have a lot of funding more than the defenders many times, and they have budget, they have expertise. All right, and maybe there are persons that have already knowledge coming from inside. So they may be prior, you know, employees of some organization, and they may have some knowledge about a backdoor or something. So it's quite difficult for a defense line to be, you know, efficient enough for any kind of attacks or hackings. And of course, a new trend here, given all these remarks, is the social engineering. I can say a very characteristic example of an employee working on the energy sector he received a phone call from his doctor, or supposed to be his doctor, and he guided him step by step that we have an appointment and you should click in that link by phone. That's a new kind, a new style of attacking, since they are trying to take advantage of the trust of the people and all the social, all the social trust we have already with our friends. And finally, this employee click this link, and of course, opened a gap on the systems. So it's another kind of phishing, not using emails, but using social engineering. So we are trying to study all these effects and to develop and design new strategies here, given that the training is also very important, and this goes also to the industry, training, new kinds of training, and of course, certification together with training, so as to highlight the impact for the technicians and the employees of, a click could be very catastrophic and may jeopardize not only infrastructure, but also human lives. So thank you so much. Again, I'm very, very pleased hearing from the industry, their feedback, their numbers, and this is very important also for our projects together with the European Commission. Thanks so much.
Professor Reganidis, for highlighting the importance of the technologies such as the machine learning and AI and the social engineering. And I would like to introduce the gratitude to the speakers. Thank you for the contribution. Thank you for your speech. Thank you.
Questions from the audience?
The questions? Thank you all. Thank you all the speakers and participants of the discussion panel. It was very interesting discussion. We are ready to proceed to the next session now. Okay. We can see Mr. Paolo Rocchetti, who is online ready with us.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Rocchetti. We would like to welcome you. Unfortunately, yesterday we couldn't have your speech. Please welcome for a speech on Cybersecurity Innovation Cluster for EPES. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Hope you can see it. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My apologies for yesterday. I was not able to join. I'm now delivering the presentation on the CyberEPES cluster, which is a cybersecurity innovation cluster for the electrical power and energy system operators. I will be very brief. My name is Paolo Rocchetti. I'm the responsible for research, the cybersecurity research in engineering. Engineering is a large group. Here there is the usual slide about the company, where you can see where we have a number of, quite a high number of investment in research and innovation. So we have more than 400 data scientists that works on EU-funded and national-funded research projects. So the coordination of the CyberEPES cluster is one of the results of this investment. How it is started? Well, it started in 2019 by the with the support of the European Commission and the Research Executive Agency, that and with the initial effort from 3 projects founded under the same topic, which were Phoenix, SDN, Microsense, and Energy Shield, which started the activities of the cluster that are now being taken by CyberSeas and Electron. There are the 2 projects funded under the second round of funding for the CyberEPS protection. We recently also welcomed the IRIS project, which is also a project dealing with cybersecurity of energy. In particular, they have an interesting use case for the protection of the smart grids within a city. So the cluster is growing and is still welcoming new initiatives related to the protection of the EPS and the energy grids and energy operators from cyber attacks. So moving on to the motivation, the main motivation is for this cluster to exist is to join forces. First of all, to monitoring and analyze the evolution of cyber threats to EPS. As you heard from previous presentations, there is a very high number of different kind of attacks that can be performed against energy infrastructures, cyber attacks in particular. And so one of the focus of the cluster is to monitor what's happening and to exchange information on what's happening on the cyber threat landscape for the energy operators. The second one is to identify common approaches and strategies to address these cyber challenges and cybersecurity challenges, and to enhance the protection of the operators and the infrastructures. And the third purpose is to promote a continuity and alignment of research efforts among different projects in the same call and in different calls, and also an alignment with major initiatives in the energy domain for the evolution of energy infrastructures. So, how the cluster is structured? Essentially, it is a think tank, so it is a group of experts that exchange information and meet regularly to discuss how to bring forward the cluster activities. We have chairs for specific aspects. I will show a slide with the names just after this. And we also have delegates that takes care of interaction with the other important external initiatives in the energy domain, like Bridge and the other initiatives. And then about the content of the cluster, we have a list of topics, so for sure to structure the discussions among the participants and also to keep the work focused and prioritized within the cluster. So this is what you can see here is the list of chairs and delegates. We have Panos from the University of Western Macedonia about which is coordinating the research and development part. We also have Theodore Zachariadis from Synelixis, which is chairing the testing and pilot, and Luigi Romano from the CINI from the policy and standardization aspects. Then we have chair for, which is Theodoros Rokas from Incitis Consulting from Dissemination and Communication, and Carmelo Pinti from Cybrethics Lab for the ethical and ethical aspects. And about the security, we have Denis Kaleta from Institute for Corporate Security Studies in Slovenia. We also have relation with DENISA, with Bridge and SOE, and also with IDSA, so Industrial Data Space Association, and Gaia-X, which are two important initiatives in the field of data exchange. Most of these roles, now that the first bunch of projects ended, are under revision, so we're going to open positions for those chairs and review those assignments in the next months. Moving on to the topics, this is the list of topics the cluster defined as initial list for exchanging information. As you can see, they cover both the governance part. So for instance, we cover cyber risk governance. We have joint, we welcome joint activities and joint exchange of information, like for instance, common trials. And also the preparedness part, like, for instance, the fostering of a culture of knowledge and security. On one side, we also have operational topics, like, for instance, the integration of CM tools, what the SOC can use to strengthen, to improve their efficiency and effectiveness in addressing cyber threats. We also cover parts related to the infrastructure itself, like the coexistence of legacy middleware components and new technologies in the energy infrastructure. So there is quite a lot of different topics covered by the cluster. I will just give you a couple of examples. One is on the cyber risk governance, where the cluster is moving toward a common approach, meaning, for instance, many projects in the cluster are using SGAM, which is a reference for the modeling of assets within the energy infrastructures. We're extending it by including a human layer that allows to address also vulnerabilities, for instance, connected to the social engineering attacks that Panos were mentioning just before this session. We also identified a number of different sources which are very common, and most projects are using it for vulnerabilities, for the standards, and for the different modeling ways to model the risk, cyber risk connected to the operators. This is more on a methodological point of view, while moving on to more practical exchange of information. One of the example is the provisioning from SDN Microsense and from the Electron projects of an interesting data set about intrusion detection in the energy field. So this is something that the other projects in the cluster are taking into consideration in their activities. So this is a very good example of how the cluster, what is the exchange of information in the cluster that bring additional value to projects. So before I conclude, a few words about how to get involved in this initiative. First of all, we have a website which is currently hosted under the CyberSeas project website. So here you can find the link to the cluster. You can leave, there is a form to leave your contact details and optionally a message and the list of topics of interest among those in the cluster. This is to be sure that you don't receive, you receive focused information and not something which is not of interest for you. And then what you can get from the cluster at the moment is, first of all, a direction to access the relevant information. Of course, this depends on the visibility of the information, because of some of them are at project level, some of them are public, some of them are confidential or sensitive, as it is in the new project. And some of them are even classified. So the access to the information really depends on the visibility of it. But we can provide guidance where to find this, or where to who should be asked for. And also, if you have use cases related to the cybersecurity of energy in your projects, it will be interesting for the cluster to organize a presentation of these use cases in order to let also other cluster participants to know about it. So this is at the moment the status. So thank you very much for your attention. It has been very, very brief. So if you have questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rocchetti. Thank you for the interesting presentation. Now, moving along to the next session, we are ready to start with presentations of tools and solutions by enterprises. I would like to invite Mr. David Pampliega from Schneider Electric of Spain. Mr. Pampliega, you are welcome.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I will share the screen. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, so I will start. Thank you, everyone. So I'm David Pampliega from Schneider Electric, and I'm going to provide in this short talk an overview of relevant solutions for energy communities in a demonstration site in India in the framework of a Horizon 2020 project called iElectrics. But first, let me talk about the energy landscape as an introduction. As you know, a few years ago, we had the energy value chain in which energy was produced in the generation and then consumed at the customer going through transmission and distribution grids. Or in case of standalone applications in which we had fuel-based generators connected directly to customers. Now, in the new energy value chain, we have distributed generation and other renewable energy assets all over the grid. So the energy flows are bidirectional in this new grid. And also in the standalone applications, we have all the elements, the consumers, the energy assets, the storage units, and so on in the same part of the grid. So in the end, we are having a decentralized, flexible, and connected grid, and consumers are morphing into prosumers. So why energy communities should think about microgrids? So here I'm listing a few examples. First of all, is because consumers could unlock their flexibility potential with the assets that they already have. Also, retailers could provide new services to the customers, like dynamic pricing or loyalty programs. Besides, distribution system operators could provide flexible capacity for their operating reserve in order to avoid imbalances or other congestion issues. Next one is that suppliers could avoid to invest in big plants that would just work for a few hours every year. And then they could be able to manage in a more efficient way the existing capacity of the grid. And finally, generators could also swap the standby reserve with demand response programs. So all these reasons, now I'm going to introduce briefly about iElectrics project, which is a project about energy communities and dealing with some of the issues that I'm discussing in this slide. So iElectrics is a European Horizon 2020 project that started in 2019 and that is expected to finalize in 2023 in February. You see in the slide that there are plenty of partners combining both research organizations, universities, industrial partners, and also electric utilities. In total, there are 5 demonstrators. 4 of them are located in Europe, and another one in India. And this is the one that I'm going to discuss in more detail. This demonstration in India is called Shakti. And here we have partners like Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited, Enedis, Schneider Electric, ODT, and Gecko Global, that is now Smart Innovation Norway. So in this demonstrator, we are targeting a secondary substation with 3 low voltage feeders feeding to a school of about 4,000 students and close to 35 customers with also PV generation. In the system, we have deployed a battery energy storage system of about 200 kVA, and the existing PV generation is about 200 kilowatts as well. So you can see in the architecture in the middle, as we are having on the field side, PV panels, transformer, the consumers, the storage units, and then we have built an edge control layer in which we have technologies to get real-time information from the grid and perform advanced algorithms in order to perform a proper management of that grid. Also in the cloud, we have a couple of applications with respect to frequency and power support, low voltage grid digitization, that are in charge of providing some long-term services to the utility. In the end, the objectives that we are pursuing with this demonstrator are to enhance the use of energy storage, to improve the power quality of the grid, to maximize the prosumer involvement in demand response programs, and to increase the reliability and resilience of the supply. Now I will go into a little bit more of detail about the Schneider Electric technologies that we are using in this demonstrator. We can see the same architecture than before, but with some more details. We can start by explaining the EcoStruxure Microgrid Advisor in the cloud that allows to provide forecasting and frequency support services to the grid. Then we have EcoStruxure Microgrid Operator in the edge control layer that manages the connection mode of the microgrid, the sequence of operation, and performs voltage control activities. Power SCADA operation is the human interface used by the operators, both in the secondary substation, but also in the control center in order to facilitate the monitoring and control of the microgrid system by the utility. We also have a Minera transformer, which is an intelligent transformer able to regulate the tap changer positions based on several set points to make sure that the voltage is within the defined levels in the low voltage side. And finally, we have an energy control center, which is a switchboard with all the braking, protective elements, and edge control layers able to enable this behavior of the microgrid. Now, if we go a little bit more in detail in the use cases, we have defined a few use cases related with the technology that we have deployed on site. First one is to have a fine and local monitoring of all the electric grid parameters. So there are plenty of smart devices deployed on the field, and we are getting all the data in real time coming from them, so we can perform a monitoring of all what's happening in the system and try to identify whenever there is an issue, the main causes for it. Next, grid connection management. This, I would say, is the most important one because it's the algorithm managing the operation of the microgrid. You can see in the diagram from below, as the algorithm takes into account when there is power from the utility grid, and when there is not, it will command the battery to go into grid forming mode and to be able to feed the customers, of course, with the support of the available PV. When the utility power was back from the medium voltage grid, the algorithm will command the battery to go into grid following mode, and then we will have the main supply from the medium voltage grid as the main supporter for the consumers of this grid. Then load shedding, as this is a pilot project, it was necessary to use a battery not very large enough. So the capacity of the battery is not enough for feeding all the customers, of course, depending on the time of the day and the PV and so on. But in cases in which the capacity of the battery is not enough for feeding all the customers, it will be necessary to disconnect the loads that are, let's say, less prioritized. We also take into account the protection schemes all over the solution. So protection studies were performed in order to find the right selectivity settings for the different protective elements in order to ensure the safety of the installation. And finally, we have the voltage control. In this case, we have measurements from different parts of the grid in order to try to understand what is the voltage profile all over the grid, and then we will be able to command the transformer to find the right tap changer position in order to maximize or to ensure that the voltage is within the expected parameters for the users. On the right side of the screen, you can see the main overview of the system with the level of the battery, indicating if the grid is connected or not, the generation of the PV, the consumption, and other KPIs that we have defined. And with ECRG300 RTU, this is the central piece for getting all the data from the system and for implementing the different algorithms to manage the microgrid. Now, I would like just to showcase or to show a little bit of information from the real demonstrator. So you can see from the left the substation room. Then we go to the battery energy storage system. Next one is the low voltage energy control center. And finally, we have the MVLV transformer. I would not like to finish this presentation without mentioning the cybersecurity aspects, as of course this is one of the key areas of discussion in this event. So we have prepared guidelines to follow the existing cybersecurity standard for industrial systems, IEC 62443, and also a threat model that we have prepared with respect to this project. We have deployed a firewall for filtering and blocking the communications and just allowing the traffic for specific protocols, ports, and IP addresses that are needed in the system. We are using a role-based access control just to allow specific users to perform specific actions. Some services interfaces that have not been used have been disabled. We have also enabled login features, and the latest firmware versions in the system have been deployed with the latest cybersecurity patches. And to finalize, the current status of the demonstrator is that all the equipment was transported from Europe to India and was successfully deployed on site. So this demonstrator, Shakti demonstrator, is currently in operation, and we have started to perform some of the tests, like the one with respect to frequency regulation and landing. And for the 3 months we have until the end of the project in February, we expect to perform more use cases and tuning of the demonstrator. So that was it from my side. Now I will be willing to reply to any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pampliega, for your interesting presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Grigore Stamatescu for his presentation called to Austria-Romania, a reliable partner for certification, training, and industrial services. Mr. Stamatescu, we welcome you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, I will share my screen. Just a moment. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for this invitation, and congratulations to the organizers from the Azerbaijan State Oil and Industry University and the University of Western Macedonia for this very interesting event. My name is Grigore Stamatescu. I work with the TÜV Austria Romania as an ICT consultant for implementation of the Electron project. In this presentation, I've structured it into two parts. So one is more in detail about our company, the TÜV Austria Group and our branch. And the second part focuses a bit on our role in the Electron project and the things that we are working on right now. First, I will have a short video of 1 minute about our company. Okay, so with this introduction, I would like to briefly mention that the TÜV Austria Group is a Austrian services company. So our solutions relate mostly to services in the field of testing, inspection, certification, as well as training and further education. The video that I showed was made with the occasion of celebrating 150 years since its incorporation in Vienna in 1872. And you can see here some key numbers, such as a total number of employees of 3,000, out of which 1,000 are in Austria. And the TÜV Austria Group is present in 26 countries, including Azerbaijan, including Romania, Greece, Turkey, and other countries around the globe. TÜV Austria is a world leader in several niches, like you see here, acoustic emission testing or certification of biodegradable plastics. And it's also a market leader in the fields that it operates. Here you can see some figures regarding the long-term development, such as the revenue, which has reached 258 million euros in 2021, and also the increase in the number of employees, full-time equivalents, to almost 3,000 persons. Next, in this presentation, I have selected from our profile the things that I considered relevant for this event, especially here you can see some areas of activities in the field of industry and energy. And you can see a vast portfolio of services for energy services, energy efficiency, industrial plant safety, and other types of services for inspection and others that are provided. More specifically, to one of the branches of TÜV Austria, the IT division, TÜV Trust IT. There is an important activity in the field of certification of connected IoT devices and systems. Here you see an example of a Bosch smart home system that was initially certified in 2017 and recently was recertified in order to guarantee to the customers that the IT architecture is trusted, the data handling is trusted, and also the privacy safeguards are in place. So this is an example of a digital service that our company provides. Also, in Austria, there is an incubator called Next Horizon, part of the TÜV Austria group, which functions as a digital accelerator for new areas of innovation. And here you see three focus areas such as cybersecurity and IoT, which is a rapidly growing field, as this event also strengthens. Remote monitoring, Industry 4.0, and also the S3 lab. Here you see an example of a wireless gateway developed by one of the startup companies that are financed in this incubator and supported. For IT and OT security, the group provides full services. Here is a list of 4 subsidiaries that are active in various areas to support the customers with the cybersecurity competence. You see, for example, this Cyfron, which offers ISO 27001 audits, pen testing, red teaming, reverse engineering, and other types of services. Also, there's a company which focuses on 24/7 IT monitoring, evaluation of relevant incidents, and introductions of countermeasures. A customer platform, a dedicated customer platform for all customers of TÜV Austria to connect data and information and simplify the data handling processes. And also a specific example, a company incorporated in Turkey to offer cybersecurity services to small and medium enterprises which might lack in-house expertise to do this. There is also a strong collaboration with the academic environment. I've highlighted here a white paper that was published in 2021 together with the Johannes Kepler University of Linz, the Institute for Machine Learning. This was focused on not specifically on cybersecurity, but on trusted AI, which might be a component of future cybersecurity systems. The idea was to set out some areas or points for certification and audit of machine learning applications. This does not focus on high-risk areas such as autonomous robotics in workspaces with humans, which are considered still far from certification possibilities, but it covers mainly low-risk applications. And the focus is on software development, functional requirements, data quality, data protection, and ethics. So it's one step to formalize a bit the methodology for preparing the relevant standards, norm accreditations, and certificates for trusted AI. This was at the group level. As I mentioned, I represent Tuvostria Romania, which is active starting in Bucharest first in 1994, and now has developed to more locations in Romania. And these are the three main areas which we focus. So certification, training, and industrial services. And they are more detailed on this slide. Within this area, we have a portfolio of over 1,000 certified organizations, over 3,000 academic graduates, so professionals that graduate our training courses every year, and over 500 companies for industrial service. These are developed, supplied from our headquarters in Bucharest, but also we have a large branch in Ploiești focused on industry, technical services, and the physical chemical analysis laboratory, and in Timișoara, in the west part of the country. Also, regarding Tuvostria Romania, I made here a selection of the relevant bodies that we are part of. We are part of the National Standardization Association of Romania. All the courses are accredited by the National Qualifications Authority. And what is quite relevant to today's presentation as well, we have received recently the authorization from the National Directorate of Cybersecurity for performing cybersecurity audits for critical infrastructure. This includes also the energy sector, and this has become also, like in other countries, a mandatory requirement for critical infrastructure operators, the organization of yearly audits in this field. Next, I've extracted here in the second part the main items that we found relevant in conjunction to our activity in the Electron project. So we are a partner in Electron, and we have two main areas of contributions, let's say. The area related to training, to personal training and certification, and the area regarding policy recommendation, standardization, and certification of the technical developments in the project. Here, we want to connect. So in one of the work packages, we developed this framework Prince, which is regards personal certification, and we intend to tie this to our current courses. So in the Tuvostria Romania Academy, we have some courses ongoing, like an ISO 62443 course for cybersecurity for industrial control systems, NIS, the Network and Information Security Directive, and certified ethical hacker courses. And here, these are some images that I've taken from our partners. So they are the solutions developed by IHU, the AR tutor, and the cyber range facility of Technalia. And within the project, we hope that we'll be able to extend the simulation scenario and training scenarios using these tools that we can next integrate in our service offerings in the local market and or maybe also in the region. This will be finalized by organizing a cybersecurity training and certification authority, and with all that this assumes. So the certification schemes, the requirements for both the trainers, the trainees, and at the end issuing the suitable certificates to the personnel, which should be, of course, recognized within the relevant national and European frameworks. This was for training. The second part focuses on standardization and certification. Our core, let's say, concern at this point, while preparing for these activities, which will start next year in the project, is to work together with the partners. First of all, to identify the content, the technical developments that can be standardized. As I mentioned here, a formal definition of the certification is the formal evaluation of products, services, and processes by an independent and accredited body against a defined set of criteria, standards, and the issuing of a certificate indicated conformance. So all these elements have to be present for organizing a proper certification activity. Of course, this is important, so it has a key role in increasing trust and security in products, services, and processes. And together with that, we are also planning for some policy recommendation and dissemination activities, which would broaden the applicability of such activities and allow for acceptance of these solutions. Here are some relevant acts and guidelines that we are focusing on, mostly the EU Cybersecurity Act, but also other secondary documentation from ENISA, from NIST, and from other organizations which periodically publish such reports. Again, we are trying to bring together both national and European stakeholders in order to promote such activities. Here you can see some standard potential contribution to various working groups and standards. Here we foresee engagement with both ISO, but also maybe through IEEE, the standardization activities, and the IEEE European Public Policy Committee, which has an important role in bridging various approaches from both Europe and the United States, having a better overview, but also other specialized working groups, such as the bridge working groups and others where partners in the consortium might be active. This was my presentation. Thank you again for the opportunity to express these ideas. And if there are any questions or if you want to discuss on these topics, please feel free to contact me directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stematescu, for your great presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Konstantinos Christakis for his next presentation. My energy coach from PPC.
Me? Yeah. Okay, so in this one, I will present some efforts of the Public Power Corporation of Greece in the area of renewables and energy savings. Can you? PPC is the leading power generation and supply company in Greece. It engages in the generation, distribution, and sale of electricity to different consumers and businesses. It has, or it had until last year, about 11 gigawatt of generating capacity, and that represents approximately 51% of the total capacity of power plants in Greece. It also owns the electricity distribution network in Greece with a regulated asset base of about 3 billion euros. The medium low voltage length of which is about 242,000 kilometers, and the high voltage length about 1,000 kilometers. And the operator of that distribution network is a subsidiary of PPC called HEDNO, with its Greek, with its English name. So the energy mix includes lignite. I will talk a lot about lignite. This is carbon, hydroelectric and oil stations, as well as gas power plants and renewable energy installations. In the renewable energy system sector, PPC is the first company that ever installed renewables in Greece, started in 1982, and is currently active through its subsidiary PPC Renewables with a portfolio of wind farms, small and larger hydroelectric power plants. In 2020, it produced 21.3 terawatt hours, which together with 1.8 terawatt hours that it imported, Greece imported from neighboring countries, it covered about 41% of the total demand. The electricity that it generated, 27% came from lignite, about 18% from oil, 41% from natural gas, and from water resources, 10%. About 6 million clients in 2020, they consumed almost 69% of the electricity that is allocated to clients in Greece. So in this next slide, you see the installed capacity and net production in two different graphs. The first one has the installed capacity, the other one is the net production. What I want, maybe the people in the back will not be able to see, but yeah. But between 2019 and 2020, you see that it's already there, the effort for reducing lignite and introducing more renewables. So if you see in 2019, and also you see the total capacity was 10.5 gigawatts, now has increased to more than 11. And in the next graph, you will see that lignite usage is reduced. It's even further reduced the last 2 years, especially with the coronavirus and the huge increase of renewables and renewable use. Here in one figure, you will see some numbers about PPC.
almost 5 billion turnover. It has slightly surpassed it in 2022. Close to half a billion of investments. You see, it has about 7,500 people now, more than 120 stores. It has 12 steam power plants, 16 hydroelectric power plants, 5 fields for mining lignite. Now these are closing gradually. 32 autonomous and local power plants, a capacity of more than 11, you see 9.9 there, gigawatts, and a total energy production of more than 20,000 gigawatt hours. The business model and operation of PPC in the last 2 years is changing radically. The company is in the middle of an energy transition, the essence of which is 3 things: decarbonization, digitization, and decentralization. If you add to this the electrification and the new efforts for green hydrogen, then in less than 5 to 7 years, you will have a totally different company than was known in the past. The development of renewable energy sources and the implementation of saving measures, along with a significant progress in electrification and digitalization of the economy, are the main axes of this energy transition and the strengthening of its socioeconomic development. In this graph, you see some of the core operations. You know, the lignite has been, in Greece, has been used in more than 80% to produce power. And in a few years, it will be less than 10%. So we are talking about a radical transformation. More natural gas will be used as the transient fuel. Renewables are going very, very fast and are adopted. And the other conventional generation will continue, and it will be always backup oil. The company has already designed and is aiming to offer new products and services. Electric cars and electrification is already here. There are subsidies from the government for adoption. And also green hydrogen started last year, but is going very, very fast, especially since it has the support of the European Commission. Here is another graph of PPC Renewables. It's an old one. You see that it has a turnover of 30 million euros, but right now, I will tell you what it has now. It has 28 photovoltaic power plants, 18 small hydroelectric, 1 hybrid, and 34 wind farms. In 2020, these are numbers of 2020. It had an installed capacity of 127 megawatts, but with the acquisitions at the end of the year and the beginning of the next, they almost doubled. The current number at the end of 2022 is quadrupled. We are talking about 490 megawatts. If you see this number compared to the number in the beginning of 2020, only 2.5 years ago, it's huge. And the estimations are in the next 2 years, this number will double again. So Greece is moving hugely towards renewable energy sources and is leaving behind the lignite power plants. In here, you can see the installed capacity and of production of PPC Renewables, its subsidiary. I want you to notice there, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, the percentages of wind, solar, hydroelectric, and hybrid in the total mixture. And solar will increase because there are many photovoltaic parks under commissioning that, at least as far as PPC is concerned, they will also quadruple in the next 3 years, the number of the photovoltaic parks.
So PPC reconfigures its generation fleet, developing a very ambitious plan to deploy renewables in Greece, in parallel with the gradual decommissioning of the lignite units and capturing operational efficiencies in the remaining units. It is targeting a reduction of CO2 emissions by 40% at the end of 2022, 57% by the end of 2023, and 78% by the end of 2024. This is the largest number in Europe, if it achieves it. And it's a very fast and very hard decommissioning of lignite, which the situation, with Ukraine has made it even more difficult for the everyday people, because energy has very abruptly increased in cost. You can see also in the graph the reduction of annual CO2 emissions there. This transformation is being accelerated with a further upsized CapEx plan that is targeting almost 10 gigawatts of renewables by 2026, with a corresponding target for EBITDA of 1.3 billion euros and 1.7 billion euros respectively. So for a small country like Greece, this is a huge plan to deploy renewables and a very fast plan to leave behind the lignite. Let's go now to things closer to research. PPC energy efficiency solutions and tools. The energy efficiency is treated mainly by two divisions: the R&D department, which is the one I'm directing, and then the retail, the commercial department. Within the R&D, we have the integration of renewable energy sources as far as research is concerned, and optimization of consumption profiles, again, on a research and applied science field. In the retail, we have the PPC energy consultant application, which I will talk to you soon in the next slides. So, PPC energy efficiency challenges: the analysis of energy consumption patterns for every household for building consumption profiles, use of consumption profiles to provide suggestions to clients in order to achieve energy efficiency for households according to EU legislation and policies, and the reduction of clients' electricity consumption by trying to avoid electricity peaks where energy is much more expensive. High electricity costs are leading to unaffordable electricity bills. We have been experiencing this very much in Greece and in Europe after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. But also the costs are increasing by the energy delivered in households in extreme temperatures, when you have extreme snow conditions, for example, or extreme heat conditions. So you need air conditioning, more air conditioning, or more heating, depending on the situation. Or by heavy consumption devices. For example, the electric vehicles, we have not experienced this yet, but we expect to experience it in the next 2-3 years, when the adoption of electric vehicles becomes a lot more. So here I will quickly let you know about some energy efficiency alignment with different governmental initiatives. There has been this recycle and change of appliance program, which allows different households to replace old electrical appliances with new, environmentally friendly, and more energy efficient ones. In this category, the devices that can have a subsidy are air conditioners, refrigerators, and freezers. There are program vouchers that cover part of the cost. They are used when purchasing a new device at electrical retail stores, and the household or the person has the obligation to hand in a similar category old one that is not going to use anymore. There have been about 260,000 applications for this program. It has been very successful, and the government is thinking, to launch again in the new year. So let's go to PPC My Energy, Coach My Energy Tools. In order to improve its energy consumption management platform for medium voltage business customers, it developed the My Energy digital tool that allows the medium voltage clients to monitor and understand their energy behavior 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The new My Energy platform takes daily consumption data of all power supplies equipped with smart meters. Of course, you need a smart meter to do that. Not all households in Greece have smart meters, but it is increasing, the amount of households that acquire smart meters. And it provides within the next day the following: a detailed overview of the supply consumption every 15 minutes on a daily basis, consumption of history tracking by power supply, consumption comparison with that of previous periods or other similar companies, and updates and notifications via email for the consumption level per power supply. The benefits of My Energy for the customers are the following: monitoring the energy efficiency of their facilities or houses, ability to manage better their energy costs, and of course, the possibility by following some rules and tips for energy savings. The clients have easy access, free of charge, through the e-bill service at the site shown there, and the total energy consumption savings of about 8,000 customers. The adoption is not very high, but we are expecting that it will go up. The adoption, and usage of My Energy by 8,000 customers is estimated at 9 gigawatt hours per year. It's quite important. Here you see an application overview. My Energy Costs is designed to gather energy consumption per household, as we said, and produce usage statistics from PPC customers. It's a digital and user-friendly platform that is informing the clients about their consumption, and its feedbacks includes personalized tips and suggestions for energy savings. In the right-hand side, you can see, or maybe you're not able to read in the back, but it gives the profile of the annual consumption for different appliances. For example, on the top, it has the electric water boiler, which is about 14%. A laptop computer is about 1%. Electric stove, 10.5%, quite substantial. Dishwashers, about 6.6%. Washing machines, 4%. Electric oven, 5.6%, etc. So it gives you information about all the different appliances and what you could possibly do to save on energy costs. So the PPC My Energy Coach gives you the opportunity to have a consumption tracking and evaluation, personalized proposals for energy saving, consumption comparison with similar household or businesses, an illustration of the energy and financial advantages of replacing the electrical appliances, and a consumption allocation per household or professional electrical appliances. In the right, you see some part of the commercial that was used for its adoption. I finished with a picture of different power plants, hydro plants, different installations, photovoltaics, etc. in Greece. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirsagis, for your interesting presentation. We have one question from the...
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's quite useful information and quite useful approach. I think that we're, even from my part, I'm two points that I think that I can apply in local environment. First one is recycle change application program, and the second one, My Energy Coach application. I think it's quite good, effective approach on this field. By a question on that, the recycle change application program about this. It's the initiative of the Greece government or it's the under EU? And the second one, who was the target? It's a companies, corporate sector or individual residents? And how a bit details of this program because it's, I think, quite a modern approach on this field.
This is an initiative of the Greek government, but of course it is not operating in blank. There has been for the last several years different EU initiatives that have been saying to different EU countries that they should adopt such measures. So there is also, of course, European money involved for the subsidy of different regions from the EU structural funds that all different European countries can use. What was the other? I think it had several parts.
Target on this program? It's the corporate sector or in the residents?
The majority is households, but also there are
number 200,000.
but there are measures for businesses as well.
Okay.
So the majority of people that can use this is households and with financial criteria as well. So the smaller the level, the financial level of a household, the higher can be the percentage of subsidy. But there will be measures. This has been a very successful, all these things have been very successful the previous 2 years in Greece. So in the new year, there will be again, both for households and for businesses, small businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. One more question from our physical participants.
I'll start with the second one because we have been the state power company, actually. PPC is the former state company. Now it is the largest one, but it doesn't have monopoly. The data is gathered through its subsidiary HEDNO, the distribution of the electrical power. So it's a subsidiary of PPC. So that's how it's gathered. And in order to use renewables and have this data at home, you need smart meters that the majority of households in Greece do not have yet. So we need also to have the adoption of smart metering in order to have these different profiles. Now, the first question about local or national. Are you talking about the power generation? Because there's a big debate, but I haven't understood. Are you talking how we should produce? Or once we produce, if we store locally or if we put in the national grid, what is exactly the second one? The second one with the renewables is a big debate in Europe also. In order to have local storage, you need batteries. If you put the more renewables you put on the system, because renewables do not work 24/7. Photovoltaics work from 6 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon maximum. The wind farms work whenever there is wind. So in order to have local management, you need batteries. And this is the next debate. And this is the next big thing for Europe, the development of systems for storage. So Europe is going to fund a lot the development of new battery systems or other things that can store energy. For example, having water high up, you store it while you have extra percentage of energy, and then you release it and you produce energy through hydro plants when you need it. So this is the next debate, and the development of hybrid systems where you can connect renewables along with the traditional is something that we need to have as infrastructure, not only in Greece, but in Europe in total. This is also another interesting thing for optimization. How do you make this thing to work seamlessly and at the same time optimize it for usage? And this is open still for research. How do you put all these things together and you optimize? What has been happening the last 10 years is everybody, because there was not enough storage capacity, everybody is throwing this system on the grid. And that's why Europe wanted to have the grids interconnected, not only national. So whenever Greece needs extra power, it imports from Bulgaria or Albania, or now is connected also with Italy. Soon, because Greece, through the renewables, will produce more energy, will be able to send more energy to Europe. And right now, there is discussion with Germany, for example, Germany that needs a lot of energy from everyone. Now that doesn't have the Russian oil, one discussion is a connection from Greece, once it develops all these renewables that is planning, to send electricity to Germany to export. So this is a very big discussion in Europe right now, how you're going to interconnect the different energy sources. We are planning, Greece with Saudi Arabia and Egypt are planning also an underwater cable to bring electricity from Africa or the Middle East. So this is a very heated discussion, how you're going to produce more energy and interconnect all the national systems in Europe in order to exploit it and have lower prices. Because the prices in Europe now, after the Ukrainian invasion, they are unaffordable by the majority of the middle class or lower class households.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions? Okay, as we don't have any questions from the physical and remote participants, I want to invite Mr. Dimitrios Skipis for his speech about the independent power transmission operators research and discovery roadmap towards modern challenges.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Lovely. Let me share my screen. Can you see it in full screen?
Yes.
Lovely. So good evening from Greece. Thank you for this invitation, and I'm a bit sad I couldn't be there physically. My name is Dimitris Skipis, and I will be presenting IPTO's research development roadmap towards the challenges that are set in the modern era. Okay, so first, some introductions. IPTO stands for Independent Power Transmission Operator and is the Greek TSO. As a TSO, we are responsible for the safe, adequate, and reliable supply of electricity in Greece, as well as running the balancing market and supporting the day-ahead and intraday markets. As far as numbers are concerned, we are more than 1,800 employees strong. We operate 372 substations with 22 ultra-high voltage centers. We own more than 13,000 kilometers of power lines, out of which 1,000 kilometers are underwater lines. We have transmitted over 52 terawatt hours of electricity for 2021. And with 5 billion euros in investments by 2030, we are expanding and upgrading our grid, which will span the whole area of Greece, including the islands. An organic part of IPTO's organization is its Research and Development and Technology Department, which falls under the Technology System Planning and Strategy Division, which in turn answers directly to the CEO. This department utilizes qualified staff and specialized knowledge, promotes collaboration with universities, other European administrators and NSOE, as well as research centers, startups, SMEs, and the industry in the context of European, national, and internal projects. In numbers, the department employs 14 researchers of various levels, is currently working on 14 research projects, as depicted on the right side of the, as depicted later on, has published 20 papers so far in conferences and peer-reviewed publications, and is very happy to report a 19% year-over-year growth. So, okay, this was for the introductions. So let's now set the scene. Okay, one of the main modern driving factors behind the energy. Sorry? Say again, please. There is some kind of glitch in the sound. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
So your slides are not changing. That's why I interrupted your speech. I'm sorry for that.
So which slide are you seeing, please?
The first slide. So we don't see the slideshow mode.
Sorry, let me reshare. I'm sorry for this. Can you see something now?
It's okay.
Which slide can you see? The department of the R&D department?
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay. And yeah, did it change now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, lovely. So I've covered the introductions. Okay, so I will move on setting the scene. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So one of the main modern driving factors behind the energy and the electricity sector specifically is the cut on the CO2 emissions, or as we know it, the decarbonization. This means cutting down on fossil fuel consumption and employing the renewable energy sources, which tends to be of high stochastic nature and offers low inertia. Luckily, the electricity sector can aim for the decarbonization goal with commendable efficiency. Which brings us to the next point. In the modern energy mix, in which electricity plays only a small part of just 17%, to achieve the decarbonization goal, one needs to aim for converting large parts of other energy sectors to electricity. So we have things like the sector coupling of energy sectors, electricity storage, electromobility, electrification of the heating sector with heat pumps, etc. Some other driving factors behind the electricity sector is, of course, the demand that costs be reduced and socioeconomic welfare to be increased, as well as technological advancements in the fields of automation and certain sort of technologies, which are permeating the sector. There are also, unfortunately, hindering factors which pose threats, such as the climate change and its very real effects, as well as socio-geopolitical phenomena ranging from urbanization and the internal shift in the population of areas to the sad occurrence of wars. All the above driving factors mandate one thing, and that is efficiency. Can you see my next slide?
Yes, we see.
Thank you. So, in our aim towards increasing efficiency in IPTO, we are attacking the challenge from many angles. First of all, we try to utilize flexibility from a variety of energy sources, be that from conventional generation, renewable energy sources, interconnections with other countries, modes of electricity storage, demand response. We also aim at expanding the network services, products, and markets. And then we invest on developing sustainable, resilient, and reliable infrastructure, like island interconnections and new substations, while upgrading our assets, employing asset management tools and grid enhancing technologies like dynamic line rating, static series synchronous compensators, wide area monitoring, protection and control systems, etc. And all the above, of course, is depicted in our 10-year network development plan. Furthermore, we are engaged in TSO-DSO coordination efforts with the Greek TSO, HEDNO. And finally, we contribute to enhancing scientific research and upgrading our technological capabilities, which is where our R&D department comes in. So, the R&D department, aligning with IPTO's search for advancing efficiency, has been participating in several research projects, which can be divided in the following pillars. First, asset management with the projects Enorasis, Farcross, and FlexiTranstor. Second, digitalization with Smart 5 Grid, 5G Victory, Electron, SDN Microsense, Synergy, and Synergies. Third, market facilitation and flexibility with projects like Inflate, OneNet, Farcross, Crossbow, Coordinate. And finally, system operation with Smart 5 Grid, Electron, SDN Microsense, Crossbow, and Coordinate. Of course, you will notice that some of these projects fall under more than one pillar, which is due to their wide scope. And as my time is limited in this presentation, I will not go into detail for each project, but you can find all this information in our R&D department's webpage. One other modern challenge for the energy sector is, of course, cybersecurity. The driving factors behind is, first of all, the ongoing IT-OT convergence, which IPTO is embracing. Then the increasing penetration of IoT devices in all levels of the EPES infrastructure, the deployment of smart substations, which means that we cannot apply old school air gaps, and the increasing deployment of services in the cloud, and as well as virtualization of services. This leads to an exponential expansion of the cyber threat vector space. Or in layman's terms, our systems are more and more exposed to all kinds of cyber threats and attacks. IPTO's response to the above challenge is the very recent deployment of the Security Operations Center, or as we call it, SOC. Our new SOC will, in real time, monitor, detect, manage cyber threats by deploying a dedicated security incident management platform that will leverage machine learning and artificial intelligence technologies. SOC was designed with a holistic approach in mind to collect and correlate security data from its entire infrastructure, be it users, devices, cloud services, or networks, and is based on the zero trust architecture. It is also utilizing data from international sources of intelligent threat analysis and is aligning with the recently published Cyber Resilience Act by the European Commission. Supporting and supplementing IPTO's plan to fight cyber threats, the R&D department is participating in 2 research projects, while also running for many new research program calls, to which we welcome collaborations and are open to suggestions. These projects are, first of all, SDN Microsense, Some of you might be familiar with this project that has come to an end and is wrapping up as we speak. The main objectives of the SDN Microsense project was to provide, demonstrate a secure and resilient cyber attacks, privacy enabled and protected against data breaches solution for decentralized EPS systems. And IPTO participated in the design and demonstration of a large-scale pilot using real-life infrastructure, gaining valuable knowledge regarding the system visibility for preventing and addressing disruptions to the underlying SCADA infrastructure. And of course, you all know Electron, which I will not go into detail because I'm sure you've heard quite extensively these days. So to wrap up, IPTO and its R&D department are moving on with the times. We have clearly identified and assessed the new challenges of increasing energy efficiency and protecting ourselves against cyber threats. And through our strategic planning, heavy investment, and participation in European research projects, we are meeting the challenges head on. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skipis, for your great presentation. So now I want to announce the short break for 10 minutes. So we will be back on 15:20 Baku time. Sorry, 16:20. Sorry, 16:20, 16:25 Baku time.
Test. Şimdi sen test.
Test, test, test. İşte abi.
Test, test, test, test.
Dear participants of the energy crisis and cybersecurity event, we are starting the next session on solutions and tools from European enterprises and companies. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Theodore Julian Vacila for his presentation, Work Package 9, Large-Scale Demonstration and Pilot Implementation.
It's better. Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Julian Teodor Voicila, and as a representative of University Polytechnic of Bucharest, partner of Electron, I will present you today the overview of Work Package 9, large-scale demonstration and pilot implementation. The objectives for this work package is separated in three main objectives. We have the validation and demonstration of the Electron platform. Then we have the large-scale pilot demonstration, and of course the planning, demonstrating and evaluating the realistic proof of concept large-scale Electron use cases in Ukraine, Greece, Romania, and Spain. And I think we can also add Azerbaijan, as we saw today. They will come with a new data set. For those who don't know us, University Polytechnic of Bucharest is the largest and the oldest technical university in Romania, with a total of 15 different faculties. The university is a full member in the several academic organizations and has a long expertise in energy and IT applications, collaborating with many companies and taking a lot of national and EU projects. As for the role in the project, the University Polytechnic of Bucharest will help in the tool development and implementation of the demos in Romania, and of course the exploitation of the results. The Work Package 9 has 4 big tasks. The first one is the large-scale pilot planning, which refers to a final report, including guidelines on how the large-scale pilot demonstration will be carried out. Next, we have the sandboxing applications, simulations, and validations, which will be used to highlight the simulation results and validation experiments. Then we have the implementation of large-scale level pilot demonstration, where we will take the data obtained from the use cases and we will use this for knowledge sharing. And in the end, of course, we have a summary of the results quantified as cost-benefit analysis, lessons learned, best practices, and a roadmap for future design and implementation. Before I get into task explanation, I want to make a mention that we made a request to start earlier, more precisely in Mount 16. Initially, it was Mount 22. This is because, as I said earlier, our new partner, a new data set that will be received from Azerbaijan. So as we saw before, the first task is the large-scale pilot planning with the University Polytechnic of Bucharest as a leader. Here we will take the integrated platform from the work package 8, along with all the guidelines, testing reports, demonstration scenarios, evaluation strategies, and KPIs from work package 2. Based on this, we'll map the needs to the profiles of end users, which will be, for which a detailed experimental plan will be released for scheduling and monitoring the implementation of all the pilots and an evaluation methodology. The scope of this task is to ensure that the final project product can be of benefit to energy ecosystem communities. The next one, we have the sandboxing applications, simulations, and validation with University of Cyprus as a leader. The same inputs. The idea here is to highlight the simulation results and experimental validation. As you can see, the sandboxing application will contribute to validate the scalability of the electron solution. We have different layers, starting from the power system, passing through the digital substation equipment and distribution grid equipment, via communication layer to the TSO control center and active distribution management system, of course, with respect to the communication standards and the communication protocol Modbus TCP. We can also see the closed loop system for the control and monitoring of the whole system. Next, we have the implementation of large-scale level pilot demonstrations with University Polytechnic of Bucharest as a leader, where we will take the data obtained from the use cases and integrate them in a database for knowledge sharing. As the use cases, we have the energy grid from Ukraine. Then we have an EV charging station from Greece. We also have the energy distribution and transmission grid from Romania and the renewables energy chain from Spain. And as I already told to you, we will also add the new data set of energy power grids from Azerbaijan. And in the end, of course, we have the evaluation analysis and cost-benefit analysis with the Pukhov Institute as a leader, where it will be presented cost-benefit analysis, lessons learned, best practices, and so on. Thank you. That was everything for me. If you have questions, please. If not, yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. Do we have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Please. Yes. Yes. Yes, the Modbus TCP. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
type of the attack and type of the cyber implemented, let's say.
Thank you for the question. Sincerely, I don't have enough experience in the communication protocols, especially in the industrial domain. But yeah, as far as I know as well, there are a lot of communication protocols that are actually used in these days, Modbus, Ethernet, and so on. But I don't think the communication it's here is the most important, but the output of the system that will take care of the security and of the functional safety of the whole system. Because it's not enough to just to have the communication layer protected. You need more zones, more gateways, more zones of protected layers, and of course, I can say that some of the systems have to be the most critical ones. So those ones have to be like really protected, something like hardware, so you can't break it until you are not here with the system. So yeah, sincerely, I don't have enough experience with the communication layer, but with the communication protocols, but I don't think it's enough just to consider a communication protocol for this. I hope fulfill your question.
Yes. Guaranteed.
Some of them, they have no others, they have no some others, they have other jobs, open source, no one, nothing. So any kind of study, kind of Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we are going to the next presenter, Mr. Konstantinos Kyrenaou. We invite with a speech electron demonstration scenario by Sidroko Holdings.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. First of all, I would like to thank all the partners here for participating in this beautiful and interesting event. And I would also like to thank Azerbaijan and ADNSU University for the kind hospitality they provided. Before I start my presentation, as we are fetching the stick, I would like to also highlight the presence of young people attending our conference here. It gives an added value to all of the consortium here for us to keep paving the way towards new directions. So it is very intuitive for all of us. Let me see now. Okay. As I said, I am Konstantinos and I represent Sidroko Holdings Limited. Okay. Here in Sidroko, we aim to make a significant impact in the uprising era of new generation Internet of Things, introducing and utilizing state-of-the-art features and capabilities. We tend to make our solutions and tools to be applied horizontally upon various industry sectors. So we design, implement, and manage novel and resilient solutions on transformation, on transportation, healthcare, and of course, energy sector and cybersecurity. Here are some other research and development programs that we have participating. Some of them we have witnessed here in our meeting, such as PESTNU or Talon or Evident and others. We mainly utilize artificial intelligence in terms of predictive and descriptive analytics. Also with big data visual, and we also do big data visual aided analytics. This is to make solutions upon smart systems and cybersecurity sector, and it is realized through tools and components such as CV that we will see later. Now, the solutions and tools that we introduce. The tool is called CV, and it is a visualization tool. Here we can see the high-level architecture. We can dissect this architecture in several layers, but I will, for our convenience, just mention that we have the network layer that we get the data. We have the sensor layer that we take the collected data and make and perform some analytics and some predictive analytics. And then after some manipulation, we have the dashboard representation, the visual representation of the tool. Here is probably a video. Okay. that shows some utilities and the UI of the tool. Here we can see some of the traffic that we collect. As you can see, there are a lot of tabs. And here is the visualization, as I previously mentioned, that we can visualize the network and some of its characteristics in order to see, let's say, the threat, the possible threats. Here we can see also the JSON file and every technical, a lot of technicalities. So this was the video. So now we do not make tools in order just to present them. We want our tools to be exploitable and have actual industrial applications. Now, regarding this meeting and our energy sector that we here communicate to each other, electric power and gas sector, unique interdependencies between physical and cyber infrastructure make companies vulnerable to exploitation, to adversaries, to attacks. So what we can do through the CV solution. First of all, we have security monitoring through the CV dashboard that provides quantitative and qualitative metrics, ensuring a better overview of the network traffic to the security administrators. Additionally, we have real-time visualizations because network operators can create historic real-time network visualizations and take a lot of information through dynamic dashboards. Also, in the network layer, we can utilize the sensors we have. We have Suricata, OSEC, and machine learning sensors to monitor and analyze different communication protocols. And those sensors, we use those sensors as a hybrid security rules protocols, because Suricata and OSEC apply static rules and trigger a security event. And on the other hand, the machine learning sensors adapt their rules in the network data characteristics to be more precise about the predictions. Thank you very much for your time. I am at your disposition for your questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranau. Now we are moving to the next. Of course, please.
Thank you for your information. I ask you, you mentioned that as AI analytics as part of cybersecurity systems, and I want to ask you, what will be the importance in the future is AI analytics and analyticals? Can you give me information about this?
The AI analytics regarding cybersecurity. Of course, I cannot know the future, but the current directive right now is to perform to make our defenses across a lot of layers in the security network. For example, if we have an APT attack, an APT campaign as previously mentioned, these attacks are not by hackers. They are performed from people or organizations that have a lot of resources. So it spans along a big period of time and across a lot of components of a platform or a system. So we do not make a solution. We do not want a solution that just checks if we have once an attack, but we check several steps, several phases of the life cycle of the attack. So this is the future, and this, what is the future in cybersecurity? The future is to anticipate the unknown, because we do not know the future cyber attacks. So in order to anticipate the unknown better, we perform many security checks, let's say, and these security checks are realized through artificial intelligence and machine learning. I think this is what I think.
Just to add a very good question, just to add something here. What was changed before 5 years ago is the deep packet inspection. So we have many information now to analyze and to put to feed the AI algorithms. And this is something very complex. And you are very lucky you have this HPC center here to run algorithms and to find the optimal method for analyzing. This is not easy. You have to select the features for having all this in real time. You need real time, for having the results. So I'm very lucky, and I feel very safe. You have my friend Exxon here and all the HPC center, since all the data centers and all the process allows us to have AI analytics real time, something very important.
Thank you very much, Krenau and Mr. Sergianidis, for your explanation. Now we are moving to the next presentation. Mr. Dimitris Papamartivanos about the cybersecurity solutions and tools in energy domain. Mr. Papamartivanos, we are welcoming you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but voice is very low.
Okay, we'll try to talk louder. And can you see my screen?
It's better. We see your screen and hear your voice.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Dimitris Papamartivanos. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you
UBITEX roadmap towards sustainable security in smart grids. We argue that the road towards sustainable security in smart grids actually passes by trust management. Nowadays, in order to safeguard the today's systems and infrastructures, we need actually to not only consider the typical set of requirements of cybersecurity, which is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, but what we need to put focus on is the collection of verifiable evidence from systems that actually can reflect the level of trust and the level of security of devices taking part in such critical and safety critical environments such as the smart grid. So the key property that we need to meet is the operational assurance of devices. And actually this property, this term, includes not only the security aspects of devices, but to consider also the safety criticality and the safety critical mission applications that these devices may serve in the context of smart grids. So under this unified umbrella of operational security, we need to converge the security and safety. So in order to achieve operational assurance, what we need to do is to focus to provide device status auditing, and a great tool to achieve this is attestation. Attestation is a typical process of verifying the security state of a device, of an entity, and it happens usually by using trusted components which act as a root of trust on the devices that help us to establish these trust relationships that are required among the devices so that to build a trusted environment. And this could be also an environment like the EPES ecosystem. In addition, such trusted components can also be used in order to achieve secure and authenticated communication among all these devices. And in this context, it's also critical to mention that the secure communication is needed in order to proceed to secure software and firmware updates on the devices. Certification, of course, is another critical property to be achieved, and attestation can offer these verifiable evidence in the form of verifiable presentations that can assure that some security properties hold on these systems. Actually, by taking a look at the image, we can see how the threat landscape as presented by OWASP has been formed, changed during time, giving rise to threats and vulnerabilities like the insecure design, for example, and the software and data integrity failures. And those are actual threats that can be covered by attestation mechanisms. So trust is a key in order to achieve security for safety critical cyber-physical systems. And this comes as a requirement due to the increased demand of autonomous cyber-physical systems, which give rise to the need for certification mechanisms that ensure safety. Unfortunately, nowadays, the methods being available focus on validating the software and the hardware prior to fielding the devices in the environments. And this is why we need to invest on novel assurance services that will guarantee that the control outputs of all these kind of cyber-physical systems do not put in danger systems and people which interact with them. This is why we need to ensure the trusted execution of services and components. to safeguard the system updates against tampering in the context of insecure communications, and also to focus on the compliance of firmware and software, considering that those are aligned with the execution policies implied in the context of certification. So, in attestation and towards resilient and certifiable smart grids, there are several questions to be posed. Attestation aims to cover the validation of wide spectrum of properties. We need to verify the correct configuration of devices, meaning that we need to validate properties that have been described during the design time phase of the systems, but also we need to verify the correct configuration during runtime on systems. This wide spectrum of properties is a double-edged sword because what is the main obstacle and limitation here is the efficiency problems that we face with current attestation schemes. And in addition, we need to answer to the question of what type of attestation schemes will be efficient and cover and capture all these kind of different properties that we need to validate. So another problem that we need to face and raise this question is because of the attestation needs to be governed by a root of trust. So we need to investigate of which are these potential and applicable solutions as a root of trust to be considered and embedded in resource-constrained devices so that to capture runtime measurements that will reflect the security state of the devices. This is a really important question to answer. In addition, as we have several runtime attestation protocols, we need to consider also the existence of federated attestation, like swarm attestation, which may be some attestation variation, which makes a great fit to smart grid and in architectures which are consisting in a hierarchical manner. Just a typical example to clarify what attestation is. An attestation protocol simply includes two entities, the verifier and the prover. The verifier actually tries to prove the correct configuration or state of the prover by sending a challenge. Then the prover, capitalizing on the root of trust, is able to extract a measurement, sign this measurement of the system, and send it back as a response to the verifier. The verifier can actually validate the signature, and by making an internal check, is in position to say whether the prover is in the correct state or not. In Ubitech, we have been putting a lot of effort during the recent years in attestation mechanisms, and we have constant presence in good venues and publication venues, offering innovative solutions, starting from configuration integrity verification schemes for attesting virtual network functions in 5G, on efficient and privacy-preserving attestation protocols like DAA, including also revocation of trust concepts, focusing on integrating TPMs as hardware root of trust in the context of self-sovereign identity, SSI, for the generation of verifiable credentials and presentations, and the integration of TPMs for decentralized attribute-based access control on the blockchain. In addition, focusing on zero-knowledge attestation for providing privacy-preserving attestation evidence. And our next step towards the future is also to focus on applications actually on safety critical domains like smart grids, connected vehicles, and so on. In addition, we consider also the integration, and we investigate the integration of quantum-resistant cryptographic schemes in the TPM. So just to take a look quickly on some attestation schemes, we have developed the configuration integrity verification, which actually tries to statically attest some specific properties in the form of quotes or proofs on the systems. However, here we need to consider that in cases of the quotes where a signature is generated over a binary or a complete configuration of a system, we need to consider that it's not desirable always to have this uncovering of the disclosure of the configuration. And this is where the zero knowledge attestation features that we are developing can actually be used in order to hide the attestation evidence. Another challenging part is the control flow attestation, this mechanism. This is a resource-intensive process that actually aims to follow the control flow execution of a process and trace all the code processing and data and guarantee that this will happen in a legitimate way. However, this implies additional overhead, and this is why we need to minimize the scope always of the tracing in this method. However, federated attestation, known also as swarm attestation, is a quite interesting case when it comes to the smart grid case. In the federated attestation, what we have is a verifier that initiates the attestation and then delegates actually the execution of the attestation in a cascading way to a core node, let's say the D1. Then sequentially, a spanning tree is generated, and all the nodes below the parent nodes act actually as verifiers, and the leaves of the tree is acting as provers. So in this way, we can break down actually an attestation task and delegate it to several nodes in a network, which those nodes may be positioned in a hierarchical manner. Based on this, we need also to ensure the integrity of the attestation result as an aggregated report is generated in D1 in order to be delivered again to the verifier and provide the evidence on the security level of the network. So in this context, we find a great fit between federated attestation and smart grid, because actually the attestation can happen in different zones of the energy supply chain, focusing on TSOs, DSOs, generators, consumers, prosumers, and all these kind of different entities and stakeholders in the energy supply chain. In addition, we can focus on different power network levels, starting from the generation, transmission, distribution, and consumption of energy. And in addition, we can focus on attesting critical operations in a collective manner. Such kind of critical operations, of course, it's, for example, to name a few, metering, outage detection, management of islanding schemes in a secure way, and even go closer to the consumers on performing attestation on building and smart appliance automation systems. So, concluding, in order to achieve all this, we need to make attestation more feasible. And this is why Ubitech and our collaborators, we are currently aiming in delivering an harmonized tool chain in order to make this efficient. This tool chain actually is based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is to provide assurance by design through formally verifiable hardware security. What we try to do is actually to define all these kind of system configurations, define all the interactions, requirement, and overarching security properties, and consider this, mechanize them, and conclude to a specific limited instruction set of instruction set to be considered in the hardware design. This instruction set actually will enable the processing units to execute only the approved mission critical operations that the devices are destined to serve and execute. As a next step, we aim to the validation of firmware and software security updates and patches. This is done by using static or dynamic analysis. And we also focus on the third pillar to the definition of provably secure crypto models. Cryptographic schemes are used in various applications from secure communication to several other aspects, and this is why we need to have provably secure schemes in order to protect the devices even against side channel attacks. The last pillar is the use and the design of runtime attestation verification mechanisms, but capitalizing on customizable lightweight TEs in the context of the RISC-V, so that to minimize the efficiency, the resources that are needed in order to use TEs. By having all these properties, by achieving all these properties, the idea is that we will minimize the system and the software stack that needs to be attested, and this will lead to more efficient attestation mechanism at the end. Our research and our innovation actions that I have described to you are taking place in the context of the Assured project and Rewire project. I prompt you to visit our websites and check on our news and blog spots and be part of our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papamartsevanos. Do we have any questions? Thank you very much. So now we have one presentation from the second session of the Horizon project by Mr. Alexander Gliga. Arcadian IoT, Autonomous Trust, Security and Privacy Management Framework for IoT. Mr. Gliga?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a screen share in order everybody to be able to see the content, and I preserve my bandwidth with the video, please.
Okay.
A second. Tell me, please, if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, good. Then very fast, I'm representing Box2M Engineering. This is an Industry 4.0 vendor from Romania. We are specialized with R&D, launching own products from industrial IoT and cloud computing domains. And the focus of these products are grid and utilities industries. We are part of Arcadian IoT consortium in a Horizon project. And in this consortium, we are the grid domain leader, and we are focused on designing and developing a hybrid encryption technology based on hardware and software, which has as purpose the security of grid and utilities infrastructures, with a focus on cybersecurity. But before telling you about the product and the characteristics, I'll make a short overview about the current vulnerabilities and challenges of the grid domain. As you know, the main focus in terms of monitoring is on the core network elements, on the core infrastructure nodes, but the intermediary and the last mile grid segments as medium to low voltage substations or distributors are left either not monitored or monitored in a very superficial way, like most of the industry does not monitor these endpoints. And if we think that attackers are focused on the core network segments, well, this became false in the last year, at least. Now every single grid element is a potential target to be attacked somehow. Secondly, the solutions which are releasing the monitoring for this intermediary and last mile grid segments are quite expensive, actually very expensive and rigid. We talk about SCADA solutions. As you know, SCADA solutions usually require an optical fiber or a solid transmission path, and are single point of failure architecture dependent, like. Thirdly, in the perspective of the current geopolitical challenges, specifically in the perspective of Russian threat against the whole European Union, the condition monitoring of every single grid element became a necessity. It's no more nice to have, it's a must to have aspect. Because if there are no rockets, there will be cyber attacks then. So somehow we have to defend these critical elements. And the last but not the least, on-premises software platforms for metering, monitoring, management became less feasible and less secured. And then the trend moves on cloud build software platforms. These are briefly the challenges we experience with grid and utilities. Utility being water supplying, thermal energy supplying, gas supplying, and so on. Then how we did approach this with the Arcadian project, and not just, also using our previous experience and background. The second path of monitoring for every single node becomes a feasible way to realize a condition monitoring and a condition status forecast about the infrastructure nodes. Second path of monitoring could be on top of SCADA or BMS, and this could be also the single path of monitoring in case of terminal nodes or intermediary nodes. Then edge and cloud computing, which are good and solid. When we talk about data processing, reporting, and interfacing, become also feasible if there is a strong security in place to secure practically the elements realizing the edge computing, which are usually the field devices and sensoring, and also the cloud computing, which are usually the software platforms. And last but not the least, which is actually the main development scope of Box2M into the consortium, the hybrid combination of cybersecurity technologies using hardware crypto chips and software. This together, running together, generate a feasibility regarding the operation security and reliability, but also match the cost aspect, which, as I said in the beginning, makes the whole setup sometimes untouchable for the many terminal nodes or intermediary nodes of the grid and utilities infrastructures. And now going to Arcadian, we have looked on the whole technology market and industry specifics. We have looked on existing components. We have looked on third-party components, on what we can design and build into the system and so on. And that's a very short snapshot about how we did approach the whole architecture of the hybrid encryption. There are components developed into the Box2M industrial IoT device, like specific firmware agents, or specific hardware crypto chips installed on the device. There are also components into the cloud acting as proxy elements, running, relaying between the field devices and the final IoT or SCADA or BMS platform running the data. But there are also our partners, our consortium partners, other systems developed by them one by one, like reputation, remote attestation, the self-recovery, decentralized authentication, data-aware privacy, and so on. I was very focused on what was presented before, and I've remarked a lot of focus on root of trust. Well, we provide root of trust with this kind of hybrid encryption by both the hardware chipset specifics and the middleware telemetry platform running between the field devices and the final elements managing the data. And specifically, Box2M designed and developed a series of industrial IoT devices. It's a modular, scalable structure of devices with crypto chip hardware embedded, powered by microcontroller, with collection and acquisition and control boards, but also with a suite of modular communication boards to address any kind of location, no matter the type of coverage, telecom system, no matter the type of sensors or actuators installed on the field, practically realizing the feasible cost option of securing a grid element, a grid site, without using SCADA or BMS, and in a decentralized manner, using edge and cloud computing with this hybrid security I was telling you about. Last but not least, we have designed and developed a laboratory which is used to generate stress traffic for the cloud platform and for the whole edge field infrastructure. We succeeded to generate up to 10 billion messages, telemetry messages, in less than 24 hours, stressing a lot the cloud infrastructure built for this purpose. And practically, we were able to test, validate, and identify all the optimization points of the solutions of the solution we have developed into this consortium and into this Horizon project. Last but not least, I'll go back to the previous slide with the architecture. It is important to retain that Arcadian IoT Consortium is able effectively with the solution and system developed to address practically any kind of grid domain, medical domain, or physical security aspects, no matter the type of commercial application. And that makes actually the consortium work and the products released very spectacular, impressive, and efficient. As I've mentioned, we are the grid domain leader, but we have colleagues leading the medical category and the physical security category, and all these teams are practically focused on designing and developing effective real products at the end of the project, which can make a difference on the market. And in our case, with the grid, practically to address, as I've mentioned in the beginning, all these grid and utilities network segments, which are less secured or not at all secured currently, if not missing completely a metering system, a local metering and condition monitoring system, which is the case actually for most of the European Union countries. Thank you for listening. And now I try to rush to leave some space for questions from your side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glida. If there are any questions, thank you very much. Now we are moving the next presentation. Mr. Professor Panagiotis Arigiannidis, Mind Success Stories from the First Spin-off of the University of Western Macedonia in Cybersecurity.
Thank you, Nigar. This is the last session, and I'm very, very happy. A very successful event comes to the end of the second day. And also, I'm very glad I noticed more than 100 unique people joined and listened to the discussion, the presentations, and all the material of the event. That's something very, very important, not just for the participants, but also for the feedback needed to the European projects funded, like the Horizon Europe ones. So I would be very, very short. This is just a success story coming from University of Western Macedonia. Since SMEs, the small enterprises, is the backbone of the European economy. So by having the first spin-off company of regional university is a success for us. And I would like to point out the reasons of such a success, which is also related with all the discussion we had yesterday and today about the new technologies, especially for the critical infrastructure and the energy domain. So our spin-off is no older than 18 months, and we secured more than 3 million euros already by participating in European projects, 7 Horizon ones. And also it comes as a result of an excellent collaboration and relation between myself and my PhD students and all the researchers, with the experience gained from the European mostly projects. So we try to provide innovative solutions for our area in Western Macedonia, which is the heart of the energy production in Greece. But also we work a lot on AI and advanced analytics, also with telecom, R&D topics, and of course we strive to provide new solutions, novel products, business ready, frameworks and solutions for critical infrastructure, for the energy domain, and also for providing energy efficiency solutions. And these are the list of this is the list of the projects we have already. We participate also in Electron by providing solutions on federated learning and AI algorithms for detecting promptly and on time anomalies on the network traffic within the energy domain. And we also participate in Talon, which was presented yesterday, in Synodenis about energy efficiency, also in renewables, in Nancy about 5G, 6G and beyond, in Realm about handling medical data, dynamic about securing the business logic of in terms of security and privacy, and AI for cyber, which also presented in this event. We have also some projects, national ones, but let me give you briefly our tools. So we use honeypots as a service, and this is quite useful not only for the energy domain, but for any kind of sector using industrial protocols. So we hide the devices, as I mentioned today. We have another protection layer, and also we try to capture real traffic coming from real hackers and attackers, which is also analyzed and consumed in the right way for us to produce also datasets and all the experience coming from new attack patterns. Also, we use a lot of SDN technology. We use SDN for visibility and for new kind of interconnection between the IoT devices and the infrastructure. We use also the MRadar by having advanced visual edit detection techniques for the managers, the administrators, and for helping the technicians at a glance to see an anomaly and to use all the guidelines supported by all the training staff already, and to take all the decisions for protecting, supporting, and isolating a threat. Also, we use a lot of federated learning and we foster the privacy by design methodology, where federated is used not to expose the real data, the local data, but only to exchange models. So we exchange models, not data, between different domains, and we try to increase the performance, the KPIs of the final results coming from the learning process. And we have also something, a very good tool about smart farming as well. And let me give you at a glance some numbers here, and these are good examples also for the students we have together today, and also for the researchers and all the young people that are trying to see what is the trend, you know, for the next 5 years, for example. So by having all these very sophisticated technologies, this is an example of how an SME, a startup, could exploit all these technologies for research and innovation. By this example in Greece, where we secured, as I mentioned, 7 Horizon, our participation in 7 Horizon Europe projects, budget more than 3 million euros, more than 20 now, as we are speaking now, more than 20 new job positions, new very well-paid, you know, job positions by having high expertise, and having more than 50% of our group with PhD degrees, and very high quality of you know, training and expertise. We are in the position to provide at the moment 5 business ready solutions, and we're working a lot to transfer all the knowledge coming from the research to the market and to the business. So I put the, you know, this slot about MetaMind innovations just to highlight how a success story could be built on the knowledge coming from the R&D domain, and to exploit this knowledge to create business ready solutions, and also to support and you know, to increase the team and to support your team with very good individuals and very good employees and very good researchers. And this is you know, our motto, our practice, how the way we are working, and we hope that this success story will continue, and of course will grow to grow up and to have more and more collaboration with the university, with the consortium, and to participate in other R&D projects and to the market. So I would like to thank you all for your attention today. If there's no question about minds, let me also again thank you for your participation. Thank you, the organizer, for this excellent schedule and organization and agenda. We continue tomorrow with more material about hackathon. All right, this hackathon is already at the table, and the teams are working already. And I pass again the floor to Edgar for closing the meeting.
Very much, Mr. Serigianidis. It's very good example of the growing of the research and development. I would like to thank all of the participants and all of the speakers and presenters for their wonderful speeches and their contribution. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for partnership. And we'll start tomorrow with the hackathon presentations and the closing of this event. Thank you. See you tomorrow.